the first race of the year of the Sportsman Racing Products ET Bracket Series right here at Gainesville Raceway. We want to thank everyone who is joining us for some great bracket racing action. Right now, the junior dragsters are finishing up their time runs. We decided to do something a little different. Instead of showing all the time runs, we're just going to go ahead and basically come in a little late as the juniors finish up. That way we don't have to really worry too much about Facebook having to be restarted after 8 hours. So we want to get most of the racing in as possible before we have to restart. Hopefully we'll get all the racing in before a restart. But again, I want to thank y'all for joining us today. And I'll tell you what, we'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
We want to thank Redline Oil and Scorpion Racing Products for being part of On the Spot Motorsports Media. Again, we're finishing up the time runs for the junior dragsters. We'll get into the prayer and also to salute our nation here in a little while. So just sit back and enjoy the remainder of the time runs and junior dragsters. Again, I want to let everybody know we got a great show coming up this Monday. We're going to have Derek Putnam coming on as they finishing up their time runs there at South Georgia Motorsports Park for SICK Week 2025. He's going to give us a little bit of an insight of some of the big names that have came about that's racing in that week-long drive and drag event that starts at South Georgia Motorsports Park, visits Orlando, Bradenton, Gainesville, and back to South Georgia to finish it out. I'll tell you what, you can always go to SICK Week, the magazine on Facebook. You can actually see the map that they're going to be traveling, and if you like, you can find you a nice little parking spot, bring out your lawn chairs, and watch the car show go by. So to give you a little example, our categories today is going to be Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, 3 different classes of junior dragsters, Junior Street, Pro Bike, and Super Pro Bike. So just give you a little example of what these junior dragsters are. They're a mini scale of the top fuels. And some of these kids can actually run in the 790s, which is faster than your normal everyday driver. And it's great to see these young men and women come out here and compete and continue to grow our motorsports. We always have to refer to the younger generation to keep our sanctioned bodies alive. And I'll tell you what, it's not easy running a junior. You just ask any parent that has a kid in them, it's just as much work on them than it is a car. All right, we're going to turn on the mic and let the announcer do his thing.
It's on the side of the track, and Tanner Barkley will run over here in the Budweiser lane.
No problem. We're just glad to be able to.
All right, attention in the pits. I need Keys Glass, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow 3 and 4 for round 1. Keys Glass, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, with overflow to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. Need Allen Field Speed Machine Shop, Super Pro Bikes to lane 7 for round 1, please. So I need Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Need Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Start making our way to the lanes, please.
All right, going to do a little bit of track prep here before we get into the first round of eliminations. And I believe we're going to start off with Jeans Glass Pro Class. We want to thank all these sponsors that pop up for these different categories. And if you're a company out there watching this, we have 4 different classes that still does not have sponsors. And if you would like your name to be put down on the lower third of one of these classes, please contact Gainesville Raceway and talk to Jody Kennedy, and she can go over the details for you. Tell you what, right now, there's a lot of racing action going on in the state of Florida, from super late models to, NASCAR's right around the corner with Daytona 500. We got Sick Week next week. We're starting off our bracket series here this weekend. Last weekend, I want to say it was Bradenton's. They have the U.S. Street Nationals going on down in Bradenton. So a lot of things going on South Georgia and all throughout the state of Florida.
All right, once again, looking for Pro Eliminator, Jeans Glass, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Allen Speed Machine, Super Pro Bikes, lane 7, Super Pro Motorcycles. Make your way to lane 7, please. All right, folks, just remember, remind everybody, we do have a nitro pit stop that's opened up behind the main grandstand area. So if you're looking for something to eat or drink, head on back to the pit stop. One of the pit crew back there will get you fixed up. We do have Sunoco race fuel on sale here today. If you need some racing fuel, we can get you fixed up with your race fuel needs. As usual, please remember, folks, there is a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit in the pit area. So if you are moving around through the pits, make sure you keep your speed limit down. As we do have some young folks that are out there moving around, we need to keep an eye out on them.
Just to let everybody know, doing a little track prep. If you're just joining us, then we're going to do the prayer and then salute our nation. And we'll start getting cars down the track for our first round of the Jeans Glass Pro category. We're going to edit that. We were actually race 1, not race 2. Have to fix that real quick. Somehow they got backwards on me in the computer.
The Lord blesses with a lot of things. We don't need to keep. Like you, God, just remember everything. I sure up my head. Yeah. Really, we don't really need to do that. I think
Getting the spray down.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get things underway here this afternoon, I'm going to ask Mr. Bill Green to lead us in our invocation. Also want to remind everybody that there'll be a chapel service tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, up on the 3rd floor of the tower. It just got painted, so don't put no sticker stuff on the walls, or else you're going to have some bad ladies on your hands. All right, at this time, if you would please rise, remove your hats. Mr. Green, mic is yours.
Thank you, Rick. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day. Thank you, Lord, for the beautiful weather. Lord, it is cold, but Lord, it's a beautiful blue day, and we thank you for that. And Lord, I just ask for your arms of safety to be wrapped around this facility as we work, race, and play. Lord, we got a new season here, new goals, new dreams, new thoughts and ideas to try. Lord, just pray for your blessings upon it, each and every one here. Thank you, Lord, most of all for your Son, Jesus Christ, dying for us on the cross. For us in his name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Green. Now our national anthem. number 1. The G's Automotive Pro Eliminator category. Once again, Pro Auto cars, you should be in lanes 1 with overflow going into lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro motorcycles, need you to lane 7. Super Pro bikes, lane 7.
Announcer's trying to get some food down his gullet, and I don't blame him because it's going to be a very long day. That's why it's a little quiet. Nothing on the mic right this second.
All right, here we go. We got John Dwayne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's at Jacksonville, Florida. 603 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. They'll go up against Mike French out of Ocala, the 65 Chevelle wagon. It's going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. 617 is going to be his dial-in. All right, we got a clean green light start, and it's going to be Mike French getting the win out here as he goes 6 618 on his 617 dial in. Is John Dwayne had it covered on the Christmas tree. The car wouldn't run the number down on the top end as he went 609 on his 603 dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 691 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. Heading up against Pete Rugas out of St. Augustine, his 66 Bel Air. He's got a 616 dialed in. And a red light start for Pete's going to give the automatic win here to Scott DeLeon. And Scott goes through the 689 on his 691. Pete went 621 on his 616. Mike Nobles coming up next. 1984 Dodge Charger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Glen St. Mary. Going up against Robert Treadwell over there in the Budweiser lane. 614 the dial in for the 72 Old Scullis. Big wheels up start there for Mike Nobles in the Dodge. And he'll get the win light with a 662 on the 653 dial in. As Treadwell turned on the red light with an 042 red light start. But man, what a wheelie there by Nobles. All right, that's going to bring up Ralph Bratton next. 610 is going to be the dial in for the 72 El Camino. He's out of Gainesville. They'll go up against Jason Rollins out of High Springs. 564 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova. Comes on there for Jason Rollins as he goes through the 565 on that 564 dial in. Ralph goes out with a 612 on his 610. They were 018 and 019 on the tree. Only 36 ten-thousandths of a second separated the two at the finish line. All right, here goes Clint Wilson. He's out of Providence, Florida. 683 is the dial in for the 68 Nova. And here we go up against Dustin Daniel out of Lake Butler. 666 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. And a red light start there for Daniel's going to give Clint Wilson the automatic win. As Wilson goes through the 679 on his 683 dial in. Alan Rollins coming up next. 575 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy over here in Lucas Oil Lane. He'll go up against Jeff Grafton. He's out of Loxahatchee, Florida. He's got a 757 dialed in on the Tesla. All right, got to break down both lanes, and it's going to be Alan Rollins getting the win light here as he breaks out by the least amount. As he breaks out by 4 thousandths, Jeff breaks out by 9 thousandths. Curtis Payton coming up next. He's out of Quitman, Georgia. 655 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. He'll go against Leah Tadero. She's over there in the Budweiser lane. 755 is the dial in for the 74 Chevy van. All right, we got a clean green light start. Looks like that about 21,000 separate the two at the starting line and the stripe. Curtis Peak's going to get the win light here as he goes 656 on his 655 dial in. Leah goes out with a 757 on her 755. That's going to bring up the Malibu wagon here, car C277. Got a 627 dial in going up against Rick Smith over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 880 dial in on the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Middleburg. Hey, red light started there by Rick Smith's going to give the automatic win here to the Malibu wagon. David Zeke coming up next. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. 690 the dial in for the 74 Plymouth Duster. He'll go against Corky Alford over there in the Budweiser lane in his S10. He's got a 710 dialed in. Looks like 5,000 separate these two in the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be David Sankey getting the win line here as he goes 691 on his 690 dial in. As Corky breaks out with a 707 on his 710 dial in. Bob Hoxton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 677 dial in on his Chevy pickup truck. We're up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane, 617 the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Melbourne. All right, attention to the pits, the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Overflow go to 3 and 4. Let's start making our way to the staging lanes, please. All right, William Kraft coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's in the Chevy Malibu out of Melbourne. Going up against the Chevy 2 Nova over here in the Budweiser lane. This is car number 194X. He's got a 598 dialed in. Only about 7,000 separate the two at the starting line. At the stripe, the win light comes off for William Kraft as he went 621 on his 620 dial in. George Emanuel coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 743 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova out of High Springs. He'll run up against Bill Green over there in the Budweiser lane. 6 flat the dial in for the 68 Camaro. Bill is out of Ocala. All right, got 16,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Phil Green getting the win line here as he goes 602 on the 6 flat dial in. As George Emanuel's car slowed to a 747 on a 743. George actually had him covered on the starting line, 010 to an 026. Mark Pangillian coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 802 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. Going up against Dawson Bass over there in the Budweiser lane, and Dawson turns on the red light and gives the automatic win back to Mark. Mark goes through with a 796 on his 802 dial in. All right, here goes Lee Hauser. 716 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. And Ernie Renfro, he's out of Middleburg. He's got a 665 dialed in on his 1970 Chevy Camaro. Red light started by Ernie Renfro is going to give Lee Hauser the automatic win. And Hauser goes through with a 717 on his 716 dial in. Darren Stutz coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 650 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Green Coast Springs. And we're up against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. 755 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of Jacksonville. come on down there for Robert Simpson as he goes through with a 755 on his 755 dial in. He puts together a 23 pack. Not bad there for him. And Darren Stutz goes 651 on his 650 dial in. Amber Matt's coming up next. 664 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Gainesville. And Kenny Bevins out of Albany, Georgia is going to be over there in Budweiser lane. 635 the dial in for the Vega wagon. And Amber gets the win line here as Bevins breaks out by 4 thousandths. Amber goes through with a 666 on her 664 dial in. Paul Allen coming up next. 672 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. He'll go up against Mike Gaffney over here in Budweiser lane. 686 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro gets you to lanes 1 and 2, overflow goes to 3 and 4. Okay, Paul Allen picks up the win right there as he goes dead on 8. He gets the win. Mike Gaffney breaks out by 1/1000th of a second.
It was going to be like squishy. Like kind of like a biscuit. Yes, it looks like a biscuit.
They're good. The capsules are barely, okay?
All right, here we go. All right, Dwayne Leachman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Sam Parrish over here in the Budweiser lane. And it looks like Parrish is going to get the wet line here as he goes through with a 563 on his 553 dial in. He was 004 on the tree as looks like Leachman was just dead late. He went 548 on his 543. All right, Jeremy Davis coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Mike Moore Jr. Moore with a 549 dial in, 555 dial in for Jeremy. And at the stripe, it's going to be Moore getting the win line here as he goes dead on with a 3. As Jeremy's bike slowed to a 562 on a 55, as he actually had him covered by a bunch. He was 003 to an 068. Colin Nash coming up next. He's got a 562 dialed in. He's out of Orlando. Coming up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 568 is going to be his dial in. Okay, on a double breakout, win light's going to come on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He went 567 on his 568 dial in. Colin Nash goes 556 on a 562. Larry Berger coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1010 the dial in for the bagger out of Jacksonville. Going up against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane. 545 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And Larry Berger is going to get the win light here as he goes 10-17 on the 10-10 dial in. And Scott DeLong breaks out by 5 thousandths. Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 517 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Vance Honeyshaw. He's got a 754 dialed in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil and the Budweiser lane. He's out of Vero Beach. And a red light start there for Vance is going to give Schmidt the automatic win. Schmidt goes through the 524 on his 517. John Upthegrove coming up next. He's got a 573 dialed in. We're here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Keystone Heights. He'll go up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast, Florida. 555 is his dial in. Okay, Anthony Vieira is going to pick up the win light here as he goes 6 flat on that 555. But Upthegrove breaks out with a 562 on his 573. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. He's out of Venice, Florida. 578 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Jason West out of Ocala. 596 is his dial in. And Roy Hagedorn is going to get the win light here as he goes through the 593 on his 578 dial in. And as Jason West breaks out with a 594 on his 596. I'll bring up Jim Tisdale next. 549 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Reading, Florida. And he'll be running up against Richard Holder over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida. He's got a 515 dialed in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. 8 Junior Street, lane 8 flip. right, attention to this. Junior Street, need you to lane 8, please. Junior Street, need you to staging lane number 8, please. All right, so here we go, round 1 of Super Pro, 5-round trailer sales Super Pro. And we're going to have Glenn Newmans over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Alachua, Florida. He's got a 571 dialed in. Here we're up against Mark Horton over there in the Budweiser lane. Horton with a 447 dialed in. Starting, it's like about 3,000 separate the two of the start. It's going to be Glenn Newmans picking up the weight line. So he goes 572 on his 571 dial in. His Horton bows out with a 449 on his 447. And it was only 23/10,000ths of a second was your margin of victory. Buddy Goolsby coming up next. 669 the dial in for the S10 pickup. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Here we run up against Randy Banger over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 484 dialed in. He's out of Palmetto, Florida. Separate the two of the starting line, and it's going to be Randy Banger getting the win light here on that double breakout. You see how it breaks out by 6,000. Goolsby broke out by a bunch. Now bring up Bubba Hawthorne next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 434 is going to be his dial in. He'll have against Tommy Campbell out of Fleming Island. 629 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Starting there by Bubba Hawthorne. It's going to give Tommy Campbell the automatic win. Campbell goes through with a 630 on his 629 dial in. And Hawthorne went 438 on his 434. Dave Demarest coming up next. 461 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Fort McCoy, Florida. And he'll run up against Ron Schaefer out of St. Augustine, Florida. 770 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of St. Augustine. Dave Demarest, he goes through the 461 with a 6 on a 461 dial in. Ron Schaefer's car wouldn't run the number. He went 774 on a 770 dial in. He was actually 004 to an 033. That'll bring up Derek Brewster next. 510 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Blackshear, Georgia. And he'll be running up against David Harris. He's out of McClenny, Florida. 470 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a clean, really nice start at both lanes. 8,000 separates the two of the starting line. At the stripe, Derek Brewster is going to pick up the win out here as he goes 5:15 on that 5:10 dial in. And Harris goes out with a 476 and his 470. Tiara Carter coming up next. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia. Got a 5:10 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She'll run up against Brian Jones. 444 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. All right, so a little station duel going on here as they finally move on into the stage lights. Red light start there by Brian Jones, and he gives Tiara Carter the automatic win. Tiara goes through with a 5:11 on her 5:10 dial in. Jones goes dead on with a 0, but he was at 14 red. Danielle Bachman coming up next. She's got a 473 dialed in on her dragster out of Venice, Florida. And she'll go up against Troy Bulger over there in the Budweiser lane. 673 is his dial in. He's out of Ocala. Okay, red light's going to come on over there for Troy Volker as he goes dead on 4 with an 030 reaction time, puts the 34th out pack together. Bachman, she's 010 on the reaction time, does 475 and 473. 39, 10,000 second lead. That'll bring up Autumn DeRossette. She had out of Georgia. She's out of Hayhira. Got a 509 dialed in. And she'll run up against Jason Graham over here in the Budweiser lane. Graham with a 566 dialed in. And his little Chevy Nova. Red light start there for Auto. It's going to give Jason Graham the automatic win. Jason runs dead on with a 0 and a 002 reaction time. Jason up a 2,000 pack. Good run there for Jason Graham. Chad Kennedy coming up next. 636 is going to be the dial in for the pickup truck out of Middleburg. And he'll run up against Mike McRisen over there in the Budweiser lane. 661 is his dial in. Red light start there for Chad Kennedy. He's going to get Mike McRisen the automatic win. And McRisen goes through the 652 and his 661. Jim also went clear for the 634 and his 636. David Silverman coming up next out of Ocala. 538 is going to be the dial in. Understand car might be for sale. So looking for a neat little hot rod. There's a little Vega wagon. He went up against Chuck Trotter over here in the Budweiser lane. Trotter with a 456 dial in. He's out of McClenny. All right, red light start there by Zimmerman's going to give Trotter the automatic win. All right, Jeff Gatlin coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 603 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of St. Augustine. They're going to get Zach Collins over here in the Budweiser lane in the Chevy Vega out of Citrus Springs, Florida. He's got a 614 dialed in. All right, once again, look for Junior Street. Junior Street to lane 8, please. Junior Street, need you to lane 8. Need Allen Speed Machine Pro Bikes to lane 7. Allen Speed Machine Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7. And Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, red light's going to come on for Jeff Gatlin as Zach Collins turned on the red light when he left. And that's going to bring up Junior Butter next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 495 dialed in. And he'll be right up against Joe Pinkston over here in the Budweiser lane. Pinkston's out of Williston, Florida. All right, 50,000 separating the two at the start, and it's going to be Butter picking up the red line here as he goes 499 on his 495. And Pinkston actually raised out with a 676 on his 680. Bring up John Rollins next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 590 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. Over up against James Hicks Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 497 dial in. All right, 2007 to the starting line. This is going to be close. Here we go to the stripe. This is going to be Rollins getting the win light here as he goes dead on 9 to get the red light. His Hicks goes out with a 499 on his 497 dial in. All right, Michael Pete coming up next out of Quitman, Georgia. He's got a 607 dial in on the little Chevy Vega. And he'll be going up against Robbie Little over here in the Budweiser lane. Robbie's out of Yulee, Florida. All right, got 20 minutes started moving lights here. No red lights going to come on down there for Robbie Little. 508 on his 499 gets the win light here. His Pete's car slowed to a 633 on his 607 dial in. Lou Hawthorne coming up next. 436 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster out of Mims, Florida. And he'll run up against Sherby Powell. Sherby's out of Green Cove Springs. He's got a 649 dialed in on his Chevy Camaro. Separates the two in the starting line. Here we go. Lou Hawthorne gets the win line here as he goes dead on 6 with a 007 reaction time. He puts together a 13th final pack. And Sherby was 027, goes 655, and that's 649. Jim Barbera coming up next. 654 is the dial in for the Nova out of Trenton, Florida. And you got Ken Grant up over there in the Budweiser lane, his Dragster out of Ty, Georgia. He's got a 436 dialed in. All right, we got 200 separating the two in the starting line, and it's going to be Ken Grant getting the win line here as he goes dead on 8 with a 003 reaction time.
Okay, I'll let you know what's coming up next is Pro Motorcycle and Allen's Speed Shop's Sportsman class, and then they go into Junior Street and Junior Dragsters. We're going to step away for a few minutes, or I am. I've got to get ready to race the first round of Sportsman.
All right, attention out of pits. Anybody's got a Slim Jim or some type of breakout kit to get inside of a car, we've got a youngster's lock the keys in Mom and Dad's car. We need to get inside of it. So if you got a Slim Jim or have access to a breakout tool, if you'll come and let me know up here on the tower. And we're parked next to the oil drain out there. Cars parked out there by the safety clean machine, or you can let me know, I can reach out to them. All right, Joe Shiver coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 635 is going to be his dial in. Then we go up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. Gary with a 471 dial in. Red light started there by Joe Schreiber. Is going to get Gary Vasquez the automatic red light. And Gary goes through the 469 on his 471. That'll bring up Mark Daniels next. 489 is going to be the dial-in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 474 is going to be the dial-in for the Dragster out of Elton, Florida. Daniels is going to give Kelly Hicks the automatic win. And Hicks goes through the 573 on that 574. Something must have went awry there. They'll get ready to get it mixed up and ready to go for round number 2. Eric Inghorn coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 513 is going to be the dial-in. And he'll run up against Steve Shoemaker out of Jacksonville, Florida. He's got a 517 dial-in. Shoemaker's going to give Eric Inghorn the automatic win. Eric goes through the 514 on his 513 dial-in. All right, John Rugas coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 530 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be going up against the 442 Olds over here in the Budweiser lane. 616 is the dial-in for Robert Treadwell. We got clean green light stars in both lanes and at the stripe. It's going to be John Rugas picking up the win light here as Treadwell breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Kurt Banks coming up next. He's out of Hastings, Florida. 625 is going to be the dial-in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against J.D. Anderson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Edgewater, Florida. 735 is going to be his dial-in. All right, 1,762 the starting line. And it's going to be Anderson getting the win light here as he goes 737 on his 735 dial-in. As Kurt Banks goes 528 on his 525. All right, Grayson Wright coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 489 is going to be his dial-in. He'll run up against Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser lane. 511 is going to be the dial-in. He's out of St. Augustine. All right, win line comes on down there for Grayson Wright. As he went 496 on his 489 dial in. Kurt Carlson goes out with 514 on his 511 dial in. That'll bring up Haley Wright next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 504 is going to be her dial in. She'll be going up with this AJ Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got his 651 dial in. All right, 19,000 separate the two. The starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Haley Wright getting the win line here. She goes 505 on that 504. AJ goes out with a 654 on his 651. All right, Keith Collins coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 551 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Scott Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. 496 is his dial in. All right, 32,000 separate the two. The starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win line's coming off for Scott Browning as he goes 497 on his 496 dial in. He was 006 on the tree. As Collins breaks out with a 548 on his 551 dial in. Paul Allen coming up next. 672 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He's out of Middleburg going up against Darren Stutz in his 1940 Willys. He's out of Green Cove Springs. He's got 530 dialed in. Okay, win line's coming on down here for Paul Allen as he goes through with a 674 on his 672 dial in. Stutz goes out with 533 on his 530. John Dwayne coming up next. 590 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Samuel Parrish over there in the Budweiser lane. Parrish out of Green Cove Springs got a 554 dial in. All right, 32,000 here to set the starting line. And Sam Parrish is going to get the win line, 555 on his 554, as John Dwayne breaks out and gives away that big reaction time advantage that he had. Roy Hagedorn coming up next out of Venice, Florida. He'll be in the Mustang over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Mike Moore Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 547 is his dial in. All right, red line started by Mike Moore. He's going to give Roy Hagedorn down right away. And Roy goes through with a 625 on his 622 dial in. Glenn Newman's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 572 dial in. He'll run up against Rob Reynolds over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 618 dial in. right there on a red line start by Glenn Newmans. Trent Horton coming up next. He's out of Callahan, Florida. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to get 444 dialed in. And he'll be running up against William Kraft over there in the Budweiser lane. Kraft with a 613 dialed in. Alright, got a clean green line start and at the stripe. It's going to be William Kraft getting the win line here as he goes dead on 6 and gets the win. Alright, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 580 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Central Florida. He'll run up against Randy Banger over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 483 dial in. He's out of Bradenton. Alright, 29,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win line comes off of Randy Banger as he goes 485 on his 483 dial in. Schmidt goes dead on 3. We cannot get the win line to come on as he was 032 to Banger's 003 on the reaction time. It's going to bring up flying Brian Jones. He's out of Orange Park, Florida, 445. It's going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll be going up against the pickup truck over here in the Budweiser lane. This is car number 2661. They've got a 610 dial in. Yeah, big wheels up, start down on the S10. And at the stripe, the red light's going to come off for flying Brian Jones. As he goes dead on 7, gets the win light, and the S10 breaks out with a 606 on a 610 dial in. And it looks like your buy run coming up here next for Mike Minnick. All right, Mike goes through with a 663 on his 650. He had a perfect reaction time. wraps up then our first round of Super Pros. We're now going over here to round one of the Junior Street category. And we're going to have Caden Holdaway over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:10 is going to be the dial-in for the big dually. Coming up against Tanner Bachny over there in the Budweiser lane. 10:40 is going to be the dial-in for the F250. Okay, we got 42,000 difference at the starting line. And the win light's going to come on down there for Caden Holdaway as he goes 11:25 on his 11:10 dial in. As Tanner Bachny breaks out with a 10:39 on his 10:40 dial in. Hunter Dowling coming up next. 10:70 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Molly Banger over there in the Budweiser lane. 9:92 is going to be her dial in. And red light start by Hunter Dowling is going to give Molly Banger the automatic win. And she goes through with a 9:66 and 75. She'll need to slow that down a little bit or change that dial in. All right, Chelsea Dwayne coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9:09 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And showing up against Aaron Kennedy over there in the Budweiser lane. 10:70 is his dial in. All right, attention in the pits. Vince Hadishell. Need you into staging lanes, please. Vince, need you into staging lanes, please. All right, so Chelsea Dwayne picked up the win there over Aaron Kennedy, and your bye run coming up here for Sierra Hay. Once again, Vance Hadishell, looking for you in the staging lanes, please. Vance, need you to the staging lanes. All right, attention to the pitch, attention to the pitch. Junior dragsters. Let's start making our way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior Dragster, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. All right, so here we go into the pro bikes, and we're going to have Thom Boats over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a little flat dialed in. And Jordan Volker will be over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 950 dialed in. He's out of Ocala. All right, really nice start there by Thom Boats. Going to get the automatic win here to Jordan Volker. And Jordan goes through with a 979 with a 950 dial in. That'll bring up Robert Steele next. 14 flat's going to be the dial in for the bike out of Hastings. And he'll be running up against Roy Johnson out of Keystone Heights. Roy has got 1104 dialed in. Okay, Roy Johnson gets the win light here as he goes dead on 9. And Dwayne Smith Sr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 810 is going to be his dial in. Going against Justin Tweedy out of Ocala. 990 is his dial in. All right, Larry Berger out there on the right now. He's got a 1649 dialed in. Anthony Guerra has an 890 dialed in. Here he is, giving chase. See if he can get down to the stripe on time. And he will go through with a 922 on his 890 dial in. But a red light start there by Larry Berger is basically sealed the deal. That'll bring up bike number 482. He's got an 881 dialed in. Is John up the Grove. John is not he's out of Keystone Heights. All right, John up the Grove is going to get the win line here as he goes 873 on his 870. All right, Reginald Harper coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 870 dialed in. He's out of Palm Coast. And going up against Vance Howdishell out of Bureau Beach. 1203 is his dial in. Okay, Vance Howdishell is going to pick up the win light there with a red light start by Reginald Harper. It's going to bring up Dwayne Leachman next. He's out of Wildwood. Got an 829 dialed in. He'll be going against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 897 dialed in. All right, Scott DeLong coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 901's going to be his dial in. Going against Jason West over here in the Budweiser lane. 920 will be his dial in. All right, once again, look for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Let's start making our way back to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go back in. This is first round of Sportsman. We got Bart Van Gillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1234 is going to be his dial in. Going against John Lamdola over there in the Budweiser lane. 1196 is his dial in. Lamdola pulled the trigger too early on the Pontiac. Going to give the Corvette the automatic win. So Bart Van Gillian gets the win right here. As he goes 1235 on that 1234 dial in. And Ram Dawson Bass next. He's out of Jacksonville, driving the Ford Mustang, going up against Jeff Grafton over there in the Budweiser lane in the Tesla. And he's got 1186 dialed in. Okay, we got a double red light starting by 1/1000th of a second. Jeff Grafton will get the win light here. As he was 012 red and Dawson Bass was 013 red. Adam Wills coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He's got 1117 dialed in on the 87 Oldsmobile. Going against Jeff Barrier over here in the Budweiser lane. Barrier with a 1201 dialed in. He's out of Gainesville in the Dodge Challenger. And Jeff Barrier is going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 1209 on his 1201. He was 001 on the tree. As Adam Wells was 186 on the Christmas tree, goes 1120 on his 1117. Robert Simpson coming up next. 1280 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of Jacksonville. Going up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 1312 the dial in for the Monte Carlo out of Reddick. Okay, looks like got about 48,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come on down there for Dan Salyers. He goes 1315 on a 1312 dial in. As Simpson breaks out with a 1278 on his 1280 dial in. Steven Strickland coming up next. He's out of St. John's, Florida. He's got 1165 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro. And he'll run up against Blake Scott over there in the Budweiser lane. 11 flats to dial in for the 2017 Dodge Challenger. And the win light's going to come on down there for Blake Scott as he goes 1119 on his 11 flat dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1204 is his dial in. Going against Paul Winters over there in the Budweiser lane in the Ford Mustang. He's got 1195 dialed in. Yeah, red light start there for Winters is going to give the automatic win here to Scott DeLeon. And Scott goes through with an 1194 on that 1204 dial in. As Paul Winters also broke out as he went 1140 on his 1195. Rick Smith coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1387 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll be going up against Peyton Bush over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Gainesville. He's got a 1435 dialed in. The Chevy El Camino over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got 500s of a 5,000s of a second difference. Sorry about that, folks. At the starting line, here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Peyton Bush, 1454 at 91 miles an hour. As Smith breaks out with a 1382 on his 1387. Monica Roberts coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1238 is going to be her dial in on 95 Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. And showing up against Chuck Bush over here in the Budweiser lane. 1418 the dial in for the Ford pickup truck out of Gainesville. So Monica is going to pick up the win light here. She goes 1268 on her 1238 dial in. She was 010 on the tree. As Bush was a bit tardy, he goes 1567 on that 1418 dial in. Kind of bring up Bob Hoxton next. 11 flat the dial in on the Chevy pickup truck. And we go out against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1185 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light starter. Looks like got about 53,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come on down there for Dennis Harsh. He goes 1202 on the 1185 dial in. Hoxton goes 1114 on his 11 flat. All right, Clint Wilson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And the 68 Nova out of Providence, Florida. And he'll be going up against Jay Dickinson out of St. George, Georgia. He's got a 1635 dialed in on his Chevy pickup. And we got a red light start by Jay Dickinson. It's going to give Clint Wilson the automatic win. And Clint goes through with a 1095 on that 11 flat. Hey, Colbert Velasco coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. And Marcus Cruz is going to get the win light here as he goes through the 14-13 on his 1393 dial in, as he was 021 on the tree, and Coulter was a little bit late. Christopher Clark coming up next. 1593 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Mitchell Gunner is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. 1343 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's out of Stark, Florida. All right, we got a clean green line start in both lanes. One's real good, one's way late. Let's see how that works out on the top end. And Mitch Gunner is going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 1337 on his 1343 as Clark breaks out by over 2 seconds as he went 1393 on his 1593 dial in. All right, so here we go with our junior dragsters. We got Shaw Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12 flat's going to be his dial in. He's out of Lake Butler, Florida. And Bradley Holdaway, we running over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got 1190 dialed in. All right, 3 20,000 separate the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, the Shaw Daniel picking up the win line here as he goes 12:05 on his 12 flat dial in, as Bradley goes out with a 12:03 on her 1190. And it looks like the buy run coming up here for Hudson Mats. All right, so Hudson's off and running. And he goes through 11:78 at 53 miles an hour. All right, Weston Daniel coming up over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be his dial in. Going against Scarlett Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 920 dialed in. She's out of St. Augustine. Okay, we're going to clean green light start. Looks like we get about 45,000% starting line at the strike. The win line's coming on for Weston Daniel. So he goes 897 on his 893. All right, Lincoln McMaster over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Wyatt Hicks. All right, so after a red light start by Lincoln McMaster, Wyatt Hicks picks up the win light. All right, Kylie Mockney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9 flat's going to be her dial in. And she'll not sure who this is going to be over here in the Western lane. Budweiser lane. All right, next pair coming out, we got Johnny Moxley over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 9 flats, his dial in. He'll go up against Briella Browning over there in the Budweiser lane, and she's got a 902 dialed in. All right, attention at the pits, attention at the pits. Need Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4 for round 2. Come on down. These Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7, Super Pro motorcycles, lane 7. All right, here we go. We got Aaron Kennedy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 797 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Caden Holdaway over there in the Budweiser lane. Caden with a 9 flat dial in. Yeah, red line started by Aaron Kennedy. He's going to give the automatic win here to Caden Holdaway. And Kate goes 892 on his 9 flat. And Aaron goes through with a 793 on his 797. Sierra Haight coming up next. 822 is going to be the dial in for the young lady out of Keystone Heights. She'll run up against Molly Banger over here in Budweiser lane. 837 is going to be her dial in. Only 4,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Sierra picking up the win line here. She goes through with an 826 on her 822. As Molly breaks out by 7 thousandths. Hunter Dowling coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Tanner Mockney over there in the Budweiser lane. 801 is the dial in. He's out of Venice, Florida. light here on a double breakout. And it looks like a buy run coming up here for Brooklyn Collins. Okay, Brooklyn goes through with a 789 on her 790 dial in.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, got a little track prep going on. We'll be getting ready to go into our second round of racing.
to Pro Eliminator. And we got Amber Mats coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 664 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Gainesville. And showing up against Matt's Hattershell over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 751 dial in. Alright, looks like 35,000 separating the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Vance Hattershell getting the win light here. He goes 753 on that 751 dial in. That's going to bring up John DeWayne next. John with a 586 dial in on the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. And looks like he'll run up against that's Corky Alford out there. He's got 710 dialed in. And looks like we've got 28,000 difference in the starting line here, and the win light's going to come on down there for the Budweiser lane. As he goes 712 on his 710 dial in. Bart Van Gillian coming up next. 797 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. Going up against John Amendola over there in the Budweiser lane. Amendola with a 769 dialed in. And the win light came on down there for Bart Van Gillian as he goes 8 flat on his 797 dial in. Adam Wills coming up next. 709 is his dial in. Lisa Rimba over there at Budweiser lane, 640 the dial in for the Dodge Dart. All right, Ralph Bratton coming up next in the El Camino over there in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 612 dial in. Going against David Zinke over here in the Budweiser lane. 691 is the dial in for the 74 Dart. Up here where it used to be at. So you got to remember when you come around the corner, the commitment line is coming up on you pretty quick. It's right there where the crosswalk from the spectator parking into the pavilion is at. So make sure that when you come around the corner, you know what lane you're going to be in, because once you cross that commitment line, you own it. All right, here goes Mike Nobles over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 653 is going to be the dial in for the 84 Dodge Charger. Going up against Kenny Bevins out of Albany, Georgia over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 634 dial in. Now, Nobles did a bumper drag and wheel stab of this thing in the second round. Let's see if he's got it wind turned up on it still, or if he turned it down just a little bit. He did turn it down, it looks like. Kenny Bevins leaves too early. He turns on the red eye. So Nobles picks up the win. He breaks out in the process, 644 on that 653. Mike Gaffney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 685 is the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. And he'll be going up against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane and his Pontiac Firebird. he goes 888 on his 887 dial in. His Gaffney's car slowed to a 690 on his 685 dial in. Jeff Gatlin coming up next, 604, the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of St. Augustine. Coming up against Colin Nash over here in the Budweiser lane, 556 is the dial in for the motorcycle out of Orlando. All right, we have green light starts in both lanes. There's going to be Colin Nash picking up the win here as he goes 561 on his 556 dial in. And as Jeff Gatlin goes out with 606 on his 604. Curtis Peak coming up next over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 654 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He's out of Quitman, Georgia. Going up against Travis Marchand over there in the Budweiser lane. 580 is the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. 13,000 separated the two at the start, and it's going to be Curtis Peak picking up the win right here as he goes 655 on his 654 dial in. All right, George Emanuel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 748 is going to be the dial in for his Nova. And he'll run up against the Nova of Jason Rollins over there in the Budweiser lane. 564 is his dial in. All right, Jason Rollins is going to get the win right here on a breakout by George Emanuel. George broke out by 1/1000. George had it covered on the Christmas tree at 004 to an 052. But Rollins was dead on 8. Paul Allen coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 675 dialed in. He'll be going up against Mike Minnick over here in the Budweiser lane. 652 is the dial in for the S10 out of Green Cove Springs. And a red light start there by Mike Minnick. So we get Paul Allen the automatic win. And Paul goes through with a 679 on his 675 dial in. Ken Grant coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 568 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of Ty, Georgia. Going up against Phil Green over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 6 flat dialed in. And the win light's going to come on for Ken Grant. So he goes dead on 0 with a 008 reaction time. Green goes dead on 5 with a 005. That brings up Jeremy Fireball Davis. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 562 is his dial in. He'll be going up against Jeff Grafton over here in the Budweiser lane. 755 is going to be the dial in for the Tesla. Looks like 11,000 separates the two at the start, and at the stripe, it's going to be Grafton getting the win light here in the Tesla as he goes for 757 on his 755 dial in. Alvin Rollins coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 575 is going to be his dial in. They go up against Robert Treadwell over there in the Budweiser lane. 674 is his dial in. Rollins dead on with a 0 and no 21 reaction time. Good run there for Alan Rollins. All right, D. Lichty coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 666 going to be his dial in. Going against Pete Rugas over here in the Budweiser lane. Pete with a 617 dial in on that 66 Bel Air. And you got 10,000 separates the two of the starting line here. The stripe is going to be D. Lichty getting the win light here. Then the Camaro as he goes 669 on his 666 dial in. Scott Leon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 689 is going to be his dial in. He's going against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 610 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Chevelle. Okay, Scott Leon's going to get the win light here as he goes 694 on his 689 dial in. As Chris French breaks out with a 609 on his 610. William Kraft coming up next. 620 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu out of Melbourne. And he'll be going up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 618 is his dial in. All right, definitely a very nice start of 27,000 separated the two of the starting line. And Mike French is going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 635 on a 618 dial in. His Kraft's vehicle slowed to a 780 on his 620 dial in. Dawson Bass coming up next. 711 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. And he'll be run up against J.D. Anderson over here in the Budweiser lane. 735 is his dial in. Okay, looks like the red light's going to come on down there for J.D. Anderson as he goes through with a 738 on a 735 dial in. All right, Tony Gambardella coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 627 the dial in for the Malibu wagon. He'll be going up against Dustin Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane out of Lake Butler. He's got a 655 dial in. Okay, one's good, one's late. And one that's good just got the victory. Tony Gambardella goes 630 on a 627, picks up the win as Dustin Daniel breaks out with a 650 on his 655. Bob Hoxton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 680 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Leah Gennaro over here in the Budweiser lane. 757 is her dial in. Hoxton over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against Leah Tadero. Hoxton turns on the red lights, going to give the automatic win to Leah. She goes through with a 7.56 on her 7.57 dial in. Clint Wilson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 679 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Providence, Florida. He's going against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. Marcus with an 896 dial in, driving the Dodge Charger. Yeah, red light start there by Clint Wilson is going to give Marcus Cruz the automatic win. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. All right, Aaron Reynolds over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Corey Alford. And the win line's going to come on down there for Aaron Reynolds as he goes through with a 614 on the 612 dial in. Robert Simpson coming up next, 754 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. Going up against Rick Smith over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 880 dial in. All right, so Robert Simpson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 754 dial in on the Nova out of Jacksonville. We're up against Rick Smith out of Middleburg. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane, 880. That'll be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Yeah, red light start there by Rick Smith. It's going to give Robert Simpson the automatic win light. Yeah, Robert goes through with a 757 on his 754 dial in. Lee Hauser coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 717 is going to be the dial in for the Purple People Leader. Going up against Ernie Renfro over here in Budweiser lane. 651 the dial in for the 1970 Chevy Camaro. Once again, looking for Super Pro. Super Pro, start making your way into lane 22, please. Super Pro, lane 22, please. All right, Ernie Renfro is going to pick up the win light here as he goes 657 on his 651 dial in. Hauser was a little closer to the dial in, but a little further off on the reaction time. Darren Studd's coming up next. 651 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. They're going against Kenny Bevins over here in the Budweiser lane in the little Vega wagon out of Albany, Georgia. And the win line's going to come on over there for Darren Stutz. He goes through the 6:51 on his 6:51 dial in. He got a perfect reaction time and takes out Kenny Bevins. Amber Matt's coming up next. 664 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Gainesville. She'll go up against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. 686 is going to be the dial in on the AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. And we got 12 laps separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the strike. Wet line comes on for Amber Matz. 665 on her 664 dial in. And it looks like the bye run coming up here next for Dan Salyers. All right, Salyers has an 843 dialed in on the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick. And Salyers goes through with an 842 on his 843 dial in.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
546 going to be the dial-in. He's out of Reading, Florida. Go up against Scott DeLong. 544 is the dial-in on the bike out of Citra. Alright, got a clean green light starter, 19,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for somebody.
All right, we're on hold for a few seconds here. Just bear with us. We'll be right back. Okay, I'll let everybody know we're going to have a podcast this Monday night. We're going to have Derek Putnam joining us. Derek works with Sick the magazine. And of course, next week we'll kick off Sick Week. Those tracks that every race competitor will be going to is South Georgia, Orlando, Bradenton, Gainesville, and back to South Georgia. A total of, I believe, 845 miles will be driven. So, really looking forward to that being kicked off. He's going to give us all different types of news and happenings with that. Looks like we're back up and ready to go into our Super Pro Motorcycle category. Our announcer had to step away for a few moments. He'll be back here hopefully shortly. He has all the information to all the names of the competitors here today. A red light over there in the right lane, as the bike in the left lane was having some issues, but hey, it still picks up the win.
All right, attention to the pits, Junior Street, need you to stage in lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8, please.
They were making sure that they had the right dial-ins up there on the boards. And Schmidt's going to pick up the win with a 528 on a 520, look like a 524 dial-in in the left lane. All right, looks like we're going over into our FD trailers. Brian trailers, Super Pro category.
All right, get Dave Demarest coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 461 is going to be the dial in, going up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 450 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 8,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. And the win line's coming off from Mark Horton. 453 on a 450 dial in. Good run there for him. Dave Demarest does 465, but it's 461. Joe Shiver coming up next. He's out of Yulee, Florida. He's got 641 dialed in on the 67 Camaro over here, 68 Camaro over there in Lucas Oil Lane. Going against Mike Verizon. He's out of Brooksville, Florida. 652 the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova. And red light start there by Mike Verizon. It's going to give Joe Shiver the automatic win. And Shiver goes through the 644 and the 641 dial in. Jim Barbera coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 654 is the dial in for the 66 Chevy 2. And coming up against David Harris over there in the Budweiser lane. 477 is going to be his dial in. Jim Barbera picks up the win right there as he goes through with a 655 with a 654 dial in. Harris goes out to 480 on 477. Danielle Mockney coming up next. 473 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster over here in the Lucas Oil lane. She'll go up against Steve Shoemaker out of Jacksonville. 517 is going to be the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, attention at the pitch, Junior Street, need you to lane 8, please, Junior Street, lane 8. Pro Bikes, lane 7, Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Red line start there for Shoemaker is going to give the automatic win here to Danielle Mockney. And Danielle goes through with a 511. At 473. Michael Pete coming up next. 606 the dial in for the little Chevy Vega out of Quitman, Georgia. And here we run up against Brian Jones out of Orange Park. 445 is going to be the dial in for Jones. All right, 1,000 separated two in the starting line, and it's going to be Pete getting the win line here. 608 on a 606 dial in. Jones goes down with a 448 on his 445. They were 005 and 006 on the Christmas tree. up Derek Punky Brewster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Blackshear, Georgia. 5:15 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Joe Pinkston over here in the Budweiser lane. Pinkston with a 675 dial in. He's out of Wellston, Florida. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. And the win light's going to come off for Joe Pinkston as he goes through the 680 or the 675 dial in. And picks up the win as Brewster goes out with a 585 on his 515 dial in. Tierra Carter coming up next. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia, got a 511 dial in. And showing up against Mike Bennett over here in the Budweiser lane, he's got a 650 dial in.
All right, we're in the second round of Super Pro, followed by Pro Motorcycle, then Allen Speed Shop Sportsman, then Junior Street and Junior Dragster.
Well, nice start there from Mike Bennett. He's going to give Tierra Carter the automatic win. Carter goes through with a 512 on that 511 dial in. David Zimmerman coming up next. And the little Chevy Bagel Wagon, he's out of Ocala. 536 is going to be the dial in. I believe this car's for sale. And he'll run up against Ken Grant. Grant's over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Tai, Georgia. And he's got a 436 dialed in. Start for the little Vega. It's getting all kinds of loose out there, so he had to reel it in. Grant gets the win light here as he goes 437 on his 436 dial in. Now bring up John Rollins next. 590 is going to be the dial in for the no out of High Springs. Here went up against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane in the Malibu Wagon. He's got a 622 dialed in. All right, 28,000 separate the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Rollins picking up the win lights. He goes dead on with a 0 and a no-tip reaction time. And Reynolds breaks out by 9 thousandths. Kurt Banks coming up next. 525 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He went up against Troy Balker over here in the Budweiser lane. 673 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Ocala. 7,000 separates the two of the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Kurt Banks getting the win light here as he goes 526 on his 525 dial in. As Troy goes out with a 675 on his 673. Autumn, D-Ross set coming up next. 507 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster there in the Lucas Oil lane. Showing up against Robbie Little over here in the Budweiser lane. Robbie with a 5 flat dial in. And red light start there by Autumn Duracet is going to give Robbie Little the automatic win. And Robbie goes through with a 506 on his 5 flat dial in. That's going to bring up John Dwayne next. 587 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 469 is the dial in. He's out on Alachua, Florida. Separates the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Gary Vasquez getting the win light here as he goes 470 on his 469 dial in. John Dwayne goes out with a 589 on his 587. Chad Kennedy coming up next. 635 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. He'll run up against Zach Collins out of Citrus Springs, Florida. 612 is the dial in for the Chevy Vega. Green light starting both lanes. And here we go to stripe. It's going to be Chad Kennedy picking up the win light here as he goes 638 on a 635 dial in. As Collins breaks out with a 610 on his 612 dial in. James Butter Jr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 494 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be running up against Chuck Trotter over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 452 dialed in. Start there for James Butler is going to give Chuck Trotter the automatic win. And he goes through with a 454 on his 452 dial in. I'll bring up Mark Daniels next. 489 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against AJ Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. 651 is going to be the dial in for the Volkswagen out of Jacksonville. come on for Mark Daniels as he goes through the 492 on his 489 dial in. I'll bring up Haley Wright next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 504 is going to be her dial in. She'll run up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 499 will be the dial in for David. He's out of St. Augustine. All right, 17,000 separated to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be David Hicks picking up the win right here as he goes 501 on his 499 dial in. As Haley slowed to a 508 on her 504. Only 7/10 thousandths of a second was the difference at the stripe. Grayson Wright coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 490 is his dial in. Coming right up against James Hicks Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 499 is his dial in. Yeah, red light start for Hicks. He's going to give Grayson Wright the automatic win light. And he's 001 on the tree, goes 493 on his 490 dial in. That'll bring up Keith Collins next. 548 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll go up against Shirley Powell over there in the Budweiser lane. 653 is the dial in for the 70 Chevy Camaro. All right, 3,000 separates these two in the starting line. It's going to be Collins getting the win light as he goes through the 549 on his 548 dial in. And Shirley goes 654 on a 53. 83 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the stripe. Going to bring Bubba Hawthorne up next. He's got a 435 dial in. Here's John Rivas over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 530 dial in. Coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 435 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Ron Schaefer over here in Budweiser lane. 774 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. 435 dial in. Schaefer goes 770 on the 774. Buddy Goolsby coming up next. 664 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll be running against J.D. Anderson over there in the Budweiser lane. 736 is going to be his dial in. Okay, Buddy Goolsby's going to pick up the win right here on a breakout by J.D. Anderson. And bring up Paul Allen next. 677 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. James Kelly Hicks coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 474 dial in. All right, 9,000 separates to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Kelly Hicks getting the win right here. 474 on that 474 dial in. Good run there for him. He puts the 13,000 back together. And that's going to bring up the S10 pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Truck number 2661. And he'll go up against Scott Browning over here at the Budweiser lane. He's got a 498 dial in. Stripe, it's going to be Browning getting the win right here as he goes 499 on his 498 dial in. That'll bring up Gary Kinghorn. He'll be over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 515 dial in. He'll run up against Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser lane. 514 is going to be his dial in. Started there by Eric Kinghorn. It's going to give Kurt Carlson the automatic win light. William Kraft coming up next over here at the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 614 dial in on the Malibu. One against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 532 is his dial in. first loaded with 536 on his 532 dial in. Glenn Newman's coming up next. 572 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Robert Treadwell over there in the Budweiser lane. 614 is going to be the dial in for the 442 Oldsmobile. That red line strike for Treadwell is going to give Glenn Newman's the automatic win. And Glenn goes through the 571 on his 572 dial in. Roy Hagedorn coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 625 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Venice. He'll be right up against Randy Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. 486 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. Separate these two at the starting line. Here we go. This drive. It's with Randy Banger coming up the line there. 487 on this 486 dial in. All right, Trent Horton coming out next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 447 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 565 dialed in. Separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Trent Horton picking up the win right there as he goes through with the 446 on his 447. And Schmidt went 554 on his 565. That'll bring up Brian Jones. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 447 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. He'll run up against Sam Parrish over here in Budweiser lane. Okay, they're dead even on the starting line. And Parrish is going to get the win right here as he goes dead on 3. As Brian Jones breaks out by 4 thousandths. And it looks like your Byron coming up here for Jason Graham. 568 is going to be the dial in for the 62 Nova. Jason goes through the 569 on his 568. back into Junior Street, and we've got Caitlin Holdaway coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:25 is going to be the dial-in for the young man out of Inverness, Florida. And here we're up against Aaron Kennedy over here in the Budweiser lane. 10:76 is going to be the dial-in. He's in Middleburg. Alright, so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like about 78,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Caden Holdaway picking up the win line here as he goes 11:44 and it's 11:25 dial in. Aaron goes out with an 11:06 on his 10:76 dial in. Chelsea Dwayne coming up next. 9:10 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro over here in the Lucas Oil lane. She'll go up against Sierra Haight over there in the Budweiser lane. 10:98 is going to be the dial in. And she's driving the Mercury Milan. All right, only 7,000 separates these two at the starting line. And it's going to be Chelsea Dwayne picking up the win light there. She goes dead on one. And Sierra goes out with 11:05 on her 10:98 dial in. Hunter Dowling coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 10:90 is going to be the dial in on the Ford pickup truck. And he'll run up against Tanner Bachny over there in the Budweiser lane. 10:37 will be the dial in on the Ford truck from Bradenton. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. One's real good, one's a little late. And Hunter Dowling is going to pick up the win light here as he goes 11:01 on that 10:90 dial in. All right, attention in the pits. If you're looking for something from the pit stop back there, any food or drink, you got till 5 o'clock to get back there and get that taken care of. So once again, the pit stop going to be closing at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So if you want to get you anything cool to drink or good to eat, you need to head on back to the pit stop at this time. You got a half hour to get your stuff taken care of there. Molly Banger coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9:72 is going to be the dial in. And Molly goes through with a 9:73 on her 9:72. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need junior dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes, please. I need my 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Let's start making our way to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters. into the pro bikes, and we got Jordan Volker coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 950 is going to be his dial-in. And he'll run up against Larry Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. 1649 is going to be the dial-in for the bike out of Jacksonville. All right, Larry Berger is going to pick up the win line here as he goes 1662 on his 1649 dial-in, as Jordan Walker goes through the 983 on his 950. Thom Boats coming up next. 1092 is going to be the dial-in for the bike out of Ocala. Then we're up just Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. Leachman with an 828 dial-in. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the concession stand is going to be closing at 5 o'clock. Concession stand closes at 5 o'clock, so if you're looking for something to eat or drink, you need to head on back there. You got less than a half hour. Yeah, red light starting here on Thom Boats. Going to give the automatic win here to Dwayne Leachman. And Leachman goes through with an 841 on his 828 dial-in. Thom went a little quick as well, as he went 1090 on his 1092. Scott Button coming up next. He's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 890 dialed in. He'll be going up against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane, DeLong with a 9 flat dial in. He's out of Citra. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And here we go, the driving wet lights coming out over there in the Lucas Oil lane for Scott Button. As he goes dead on 9, picks up the win. Scott DeLong breaks out with an 897 on his 9 flat dial in. Jason West coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 920 is his dial in. Going against Anthony Baera out of Palm Coast. 920 will be the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, here we go to stripe your win lights coming on over there for Jason West. He goes through the 940 on his 920 dial in. And Anthony also goes 940 on a 920. Jason had a little better reaction time. That's all helped out. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 808's his dial in, going against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 897 dialed in. Okay, and Dwayne Schmidt Sr., that might go way up in the air. And Jr. goes through, picks up the win there as he goes dead on 4 with an 037 reaction time. All right, so it looks like the bike's come to a halt out there, so we're going to go down and check it out and see what's going on. So we'll underway here in just a few minutes. All right, so while it's quiet out there, just want to remind everybody that there is going to be a chapel service tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock on the third floor of the Tiny Tower. So make your plans to come on out to that as the Racers for Christ put on their morning chapel service up there. Also want to remind everybody that the commitment line here in the staging lanes has changed. We've mentioned it several times today. We're going to touch base on it again while it's quiet. But the commitment line used to be the yellow line that was out there across the staging lanes. It's now further back up towards the where the side the crosswalk is over there between the spectator pit parking and the pavilion. So you need to make sure that when you come around the corner, you know what lane you're going to be in, and you're going to be committed to that lane once you cross over the crosswalk. Once again, the concession stand is going to be closing up here in about 23 minutes. So if you want to get something to eat or drink, you need to head on back there and get that taken care of. All right, once again, need my junior dragsters back to the lanes. Junior dragsters need y'all back to the lanes. 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds lane 2, 13 and over lane 1. Let's make sure we get our vehicles back into the lanes, please. All right, single pass here for Roy Johnson as John Upgrove was having problems with his bike. All right, looks like your buy run coming up here now for Vance Howdeshell. He's got 1185 dialed in. He's out of Vero Beach. And Vance goes through at 1193 and then 1185 dial in. All right, so it looks like we're getting ready to go over here to Sportsman. Mandola coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1195 is going to be the dial in for the Firebird. He's out of Gainesville. And going up against Paul Winters. 1165 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Yeah, red light start there for John Mandola is going to give the automatic win here to Paul Winters. And he goes through a 12:29. Going to bring up the next pair. It looks like we're going to have Bob Hoxton over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11 flat to dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. Going against Marcus Cruz over there in the Budweiser lane. Marcus with a 1396 dial in on his Dodge Charger. Red line start there for Bob Hoxton. We'll give Marcus Cruz the automatic win. And Marcus goes through with a 1387 on his 1396 dial in. Adam Wills coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 1120 dialed in on the 87 Oldsmobile. Going up against Dan Salyers in the 71 Monte Carlo. Salyers with a 1313 dial in. All right, looks like got about 38 dial difference in the starting line. And Salyers gets the win light here as he goes 13-14 on his 13-13 dial in. Wills went 11-21 on his 11-20. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 1193 is going to be his dial in. And we're going up against Blake Scott over here in the Budweiser lane. Scott with 11 flat dial in the Dodge Challenger. And a red light start there for Blake Scott. It's going to give Scott DeLeon the automatic win. And Scott goes through the 12 flat on that 1193. All right, let's go bring up Coulter Lasco. 16 flats to dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. Going against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 1188 to dial in for the Infinity. He's out of Gainesville. All right, Dennis Harsh is going to get the win light here on a double red light start as he had the better of the two red lights. He was 006 red and Coulter was 136 red. Dawson Bass coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:15 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. And we're up against Bart Pangillion over here in Budweiser lane. 12:37 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. All right, looks like you got about 32,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to go Dawson Bass picking up the win light here as he goes dead on with a 7 and gets the win light as Bart breaks out with a 12:35 on his 12:37. Monica Roberts coming up next. 12:38 is going to be the dial in for the 95 Camaro. She's out of Ocala. And she'll run up against Clint Wilson over there in the Budweiser lane. Clint with 11 flat dial in. And the 68 Nova, he's out of Providence. line start here for Clint Wilson's going to give Monica Roberts the automatic win. And Monica goes through with a 12:41 on her 12:38 dial in. Clint decided to go and narrow down as he went 10:78 on his 11 flat dial in. Mitchell Gunner coming up next. 13:37 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's out of Stark, Florida. Going up against Jay Dickinson over there in the Budweiser lane. 16:40 the dial in for the 86 Chevy pickup. Mitch Gunner is going to get the win light here as he goes 13:42 on his 13:37 dial in. Jay Saban Dickinson goes 16:42 on his 16:40. Jeff Grafton coming up next. 11:85 is going to be the dial in for the Tesla. Going against Steve Strickland over there in the Budweiser lane. And Grafton turns on the red light, gives the automatic win to Strickland. Peyton Bush coming up next. 14:35 is going to be the dial in for the El Camino over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll run up against Jeff Barrier over here in the Budweiser lane. 12 flat to dial in for Jeff. All right, we got green light starts at both lanes. Looks like we got 22 thou difference at the starting line. And Jeff Barrier is going to get the win light here as he goes 12:04 on his 12 flat dial in. As Peyton Bush bows out with a 14:43 on his 14:35 dial in. All right, so it looks like that wraps up this round of Sportsman. As we're getting ready to go back over here to the Junior Dragsters. All right, Bryony Holdaway is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got 11:90 dialed in. She'll run up against Hudson Matz over there in the Budweiser lane. Also has 11:90 dialed in. Okay, so we got clean green light starts in both lanes. Looks like we got about 31 thou difference at the starting line. And looks like Hudson Matz is going to pick up the win light here as he goes 12 flat on that 11:90 dial in. As Bryony Holdaway goes out on 11:96 on her 11:90. And Byron coming up here next for Shaw Daniel.
Still smells. Needs some scent and
All right, so here we go up to the 10 to 12-year-olds, and we've got Kylie Mockney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 891's going to be her dial-in. And she'll run up against Lincoln McMaster over there at Budweiser Lane. 890 is his dial-in.
hello, people.
All right, nice start there by Lincoln McMaster. Is going to get Kylie Mockney the automatic win light. And Kylie goes through the 9 flat on her 891 dial-in. Gonna bring up Weston Daniel next. We're going to go to the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Johnny Boxley over there at Budweiser Lane.
So probably a little camera right there. That's there, so that's there. So camera's way down there. I see the cameras.
Okay, red line starts a pair here, but the red line goes to Weston Daniel as he had the better of the 2 red line starts. So he'll get the win light. He goes through the 898 on his 893 as Johnny Moxley went 918 on his 893. Briella Browning coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got an 895 dialed in, going against Brian James Hicks over here in the Budweiser Lane. 893 is his 897. Excuse me, will be the dial in for Hicks. action times. And the win line's going to come on over there for Briella Browning. She goes through the 9 flat on her 895. And Hicks bows out with a 905 on his 897. And bring up Scarlett Hicks next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 984 is going to be her dial in. And she'll be going up against car 1238. 902 is going to be the dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. And red line start over there in the Budweiser lane is going to give Scarlett Hicks the automatic win. And Scarlett goes through the 1001 on her 984. Looks like that may very well have taken care of the 10 to 12-year-olds, as we're now looks like going into the 13 and older group. And we got Caden Holdaway coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is his dial in. We're up against Brooklyn Collins over there in the Budweiser lane. 790 will be her dial in. Okay, 11th lap separates the two in the starting line. And the win light's going to come on down there for Caden Holdaway as he goes through with an 898 on an 893 dial in. As Collins goes through with a 798 on her 790 dial in. Molly Banger coming up next. 835 is going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. And she'll run up against Tanner Botany over here in the Budweiser lane. 799 is the dial in for Tanner. He's out of Venice, Florida. Story for Molly Banger is going to give Tanner Botany the automatic win light. And Tanner goes through with an 802 on his 799 dial in. Then bring up Aaron Kennedy next. 794 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Middleburg. And here we're up against Hunter Dowling. 790 is his dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Jeans Glass, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Need Allen Speed Machines, Super Pro Bikes, Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Hunter down way down main way. And Hunter goes through with a 789 on his 790 dial in. Aaron slows to an 837 on his 794. And out of Ram Sierra Haight next. 824 is going to be her dial in. All right, once again, looking for Gene's Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, get you lanes 1 and 2.
Get my phone.
All right, we just drew the raffle tickets up here for the $150 worth of scratch-offs. It looks like Ron Schaefer is going to be the big winner here today. Hopefully he gets some luck scratching them off. He'll become a big, big winner. If you'll come up here to the second floor of the tower, you can collect those raffle tickets. Ron Schaefer, congratulations. You are the winner of the raffle here today and won the raffle tickets.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
He's got the second floor of the tower. It's linked to a lot of things. Rob Schaefer, up to the second floor of the tower, please. Left to winning.
All right, here we go. We're going into the third round.
All right, here we go. Back into Pro Eliminator. Looks like you're going to have Alden Rollins coming up with the Lucas Oil side of the track. 574 is going to be the violin on the Chevy. Going against Vance Howdeshell. He's got a 754 dialed in on that electric Harley out of Vero Beach. Yeah, red light start by Vance is going to give Alden Rollins the automatic win. And Alden goes through the 572 on his 574. Vance wins 753 on his 754. Colin Nash coming up next. 555 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Orlando. He'll be going up against Dan Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane. 841 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reading. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Salyers getting the win light here as he goes 844 on his 841 dial in. It's Colin Nash low to a 558 on his 555. That'll bring up Mike Nobles next. 644 is going to be the dial in for the 1984 Dodge Charger. It's out of Glen St. Mary. And he'll be going up against Corky Alford over there in the Budweiser lane. 707 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. green light start, 13th aisle separates the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Corky getting the win light as he goes through the 709 on that 707 dial in. Mark Pangillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 797 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. He'll go up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. 666 is the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. And we got a clean green line starting both lanes. 21 thou difference at the starting line, and it's going to be D. Lichty picking up the win line here on a double breakout. And by 0.02 of a second, D. Lichty moves on into the next round. Curtis Peak coming up next. 654 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Quitman, Georgia. And here we're up against Lisa Rimba over there in the Budweiser lane. 640 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart. And we got a clean green line start. It looks like we got 61 thou difference at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Curtis Peak picking up the win light. 655 on that 654 dial in. That's going to bring up Amber Batts. 664 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. She's out of Gainesville. And she'll run up against J.D. Anderson in the Tesla out of Edgewater. He's got a 735 dial in. All right, 18 thou difference at the starting line. And it's going to be J.D. Anderson getting the win line here as he goes dead on with a 9. Amber goes out with a 665 on her 664. Tony Gambardella coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 627 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. And here we go up against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. 888 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, got a clean green light start. And Tony is going to get the win light here as he goes dead on with a 4 as Richard breaks out with an 885 on his 888. Kid Grant coming up next. 567 is the dial in for the Nova out of Ty, Georgia. And he'll run up against Jeff Grafton over there in the Budweiser lane. 755 is the dial in for the Tesla. He's out of Waxahachie, Florida. Hey, a red light start there by Kent Grant's going to give Jeff Grafton the automatic win. And Grafton goes through with a 752 on that 755. Grant went through with a 563 on his 567. Marcus Cruz coming up next, 896, going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's out of McClenny, Florida. He'll run up against Jason Rollins over there in the Budweiser lane. 564 is the dial in for the Nova out of High Springs. All right, 1 thou separates the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Rollins picking up the win light there as he goes dead on with a 0 and gets the win light as Marcus slowed to a 907 on his 896 dial in. Paul Allen coming up next, the 72 Maverick. He's got a 677 dial in. He'll be going against Mike French over there in the Budweiser lane. 618 the dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. 619 on a 618 dial-in. Picks up the win. Paul Allen goes 681 on his 677. Scott and Leon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 690 is going to be the dial-in for the Malibu. He'll go up against Ernie Renfro over there in the Budweiser lane. 653 is going to be the dial-in for the 1970 Nova. Looks like Scott's trying to get somebody's attention over there. Red light start due by Ernie Renfro, so we give Scott and Leon the automatic win. He goes through with a 689.9, and Ernie goes through with a 654 on his 653. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 616 is going to be the dial-in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll be going up against Leah Tadero over there in the Budweiser lane. 757 is going to be the dial-in for the 74 Chevy van. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like 29,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe win light. It's going to come off for Leah Tadero. She goes 757 with a 2 on a 57 dial-in. Good run there for her. As Aaron Reynolds goes out with a 622 on his 616 dial-in. Robert Simpson coming up next. 756 is going to be the dial-in for the Nova out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against David Zinke over here in the Budweiser lane. 691 is the dial-in for the 74 Duster. He is out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. All right, got a clean start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come on down there for David Zinke as he goes through with a 692 on a 691. Simpson breaks out by 8,000. All right, attention to the pits. Lead flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro need you to lanes 1 and 2. Around here for Darren Stutz. And Stutz goes dead on with a 9. All right, once again, these Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2.
Sorry for the angle of the sun, but man, it is
All right,
right there on the
the
camera.
Super Pro Motorcycles, and we got Vance Havishell coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 753 is going to be the dial-in. He's out of Vero Beach. He'll run up against Mike Moore Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 5:49 dialed in. Okay, Mike Moore's going to get the win light here on a double red light start. He goes through the 5:49 on his 5:49 dial in. That'll bring up Larry Berger next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's out of Jacksonville, Florida. He got a 10:24 dial in. He'll be going up against Richard Holder over there in the Budweiser lane. 5:13 is going to be his dial in. Also out of Jacksonville. All right, attention to the pits. Need Junior Street. Junior Street, start making your way back to lane 8, please. Junior Street. Start making your way back to staging lane number 8. Okay, so Larry Berger picks up the win light there. As he was 10:45 on that 10:24, as Richard Holder was having a handful of that bike. He ended up going 6 flat on that 5:13. Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 5:24 dial in. Going against Scott Long over there in the Budweiser lane. 5:45 is his dial in. Okay, one light's going to come on for Scott DeLong as he goes through the 5:59 on his 5:45 dial in. Schmidt goes out with a 5:29 on his 5:24. That's going to bring up Colin Nash next. He's got a 5:56 dialed in. He'll be here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orlando. Going against Anthony Baera over there in the Budweiser lane. 5:92 is his dial in. He's out of Palm Coast. And it looks like Colin Nash having problems with his bike, but looks at this. Anthony Baera breaks out and will give Colin Nash the win. All right, Super Pro should be in the lane. Super Pro should be in the lane. So they Junior Street in lane 8, Junior Street in lane 8. Joe Shiver coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 640 is going to be the dial in. The Chevy Camaro's 68 model. Good luck against Mark Horton over here in Budweiser Lane. Horton with a 450 dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida.
We're hoping shortly that sun will set in the west so we can start getting a clearer picture. It's definitely hurting our chances right now. Just bear with us. Here pretty soon it'll be moving over the back side of that building, and that should clear things up. So we apologize for that, but hey, that's part of Mother Nature.
All right, clean green line start, 4,000 separates the two at the starting line and the stripe. Mark Horton is going to get the win line here. He has 451 and 450 dial in. All right, Tierra Carter coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 511 is going to be her dial in. She's from Blackshear, Georgia. Up against Joe Pinkston over there in the Budweiser lane. 676 to dial in for the Malibu out of Williston, Florida. All right, 61-pound difference at the starting line, and Tierra Carter is going to get the win line here. She goes 513 on her 511 dial in. Pinkston's low to a 680 on his 676. Mark Daniels coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 489 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll be running up against Robbie Little over there in the Budweiser Lane. 5 flats the dial in. He's out of Yulee. All right, 3,000 separates the two in the starting line and the stripe. The win line's coming up for Robbie Little as he goes through with a 504 on that 5 flat dial in. As Mark Daniels starts slow to a 549 on his 489 dial in. Michael Peake coming up next. 607 the dial in for the Chevy Vega at Equipment, Georgia. And he'll be going up against Chuck Trotter over there in the Budweiser lane. 454 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster out of McClenny. All right, got a clean green light start. 2,000 separates the two at the starting line at the stripe. There'll be Trotter picking up the win line here. 460 on that 454 dial in. His speed goes out with a 614 on his 607 dial in. Glenn Newman's coming up next. 571 is going to be the dial in for the Monza. He's out of Alachua, Florida. And he'll be going up against Randy Bagger over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. 484 is going to be his dial in. And red light started by Glenn Newman. Is going to get the automatic win here to Randy Bagger. And Randy goes dead on with a 0. Picks up the win. Glenn slow to a 575 on his 571. That's going to bring up Big John Rollins. 589 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of High Springs. And he'll be running up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 470 is his dial in. Okay, you got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Rollins picking up the win line here as he goes 590 on his 589 mile in. As Vasquez breaks it out by 4 thousandths. Jim Barbera coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 653 the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova. And here we're up against Ken Grant over there in the Budweiser lane. 437 is his dial in. On his 437 dial in, while they're slow to 656 on his 653 dial in. Keith Collins coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 548 dial in. And he'll run up against James Kelly Hicks over here in Budweiser lane. 473 is going to be the dial in for Hicks. Okay, win light's going to come on over there for Keith Collins. As he goes 550 on the 548 dial in. As Kelly Hicks slows to a 507 on his 473 dial in. Jeff Gatman coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang out of St. Augustine. And he'll run up against Dave Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 5 flat the dial in. He's out of St. Augustine. Lane 7, Pro Motorcycles lane 7, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street should be in lane 8. Junior Street, you should be in lane 8. All right, Buddy Goolsby coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 665 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of High Springs. And we're up against Scott Browning over here at the Budweiser lane. 498 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Wesley Chapel. gonna get the automatic win here to slide around him. All right, Bubba Hawthorne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 434 is going to be his dial in, going against Jason Graham. Right out of Jacksonville's got a 568 dialed in on his Nova. And it looks like Jason timed out. So Hawthorne gets the win line there. That's going to bring up Luke Hawthorne. 434 is going to be his dial in. He'll be right up against Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser lane. 510 will be his dial in. He's out of St. Augustine. Okay, wheel line's going to come on over there for Luke Hawthorne as he went 436 on his 434, as Kurt Carlson went 526 on his 510 dial in. Now it's going to bring up Chad Kennedy next. 635 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. And Sam Parrish will be over there in the Budweiser lane. 554 is the dial in for the motorcycle at Green Cove Springs. Perfect reaction time there for Chad Kennedy. And he is going to pick up the win light there as he goes 637 on his 635 dial in. As Parrish slows to a 556 on his 554. Daniel Montney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 473 is going to be her dial in. She'll be going up against William Kraft over here in the Budweiser lane. 613 is going to be his dial in. Start both lanes. Here we go. The stripe and the win line's going on down there for Danielle Montney. She goes 476 on her 473 dial in. William Kraft goes 614 on his 613. But he was behind on the Christmas tree as Danielle was 016 to his 039. Kurt Banks coming up next. 525 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Hastings, Florida. And coming up against Glenn Newman's over here at the Budweiser lane, 572 the dial in. For the Monza, he is out of Alachua. And it looks like Glenn Midland's going to get the win line here as he goes dead on with a 0. And Banks breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. All right, here we go. We got Grayson Wright coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 492 is going to be his dial in. And Trent Horton over there, Budweiser Lane. He's got a 446 dialed in. Okay, win line's coming on down there for Trent Horton as he goes through with a 449 on that 446. He was 018 on the tree. Grayson Wright goes 496 on his 492. And it looks like that's going to wrap up that round of Super Pro as we're now going over here to the Junior Street. All right, here we go, Junior Street. We've got Caden Holdaway coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1125 is the dial in for the Ford pickup. And we're up against Chelsea Dwayne over there in Budweiser Lane. She's got a 909 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro. Yeah, red light start there by Chelsea Dwayne is going to give Caden Holdaway the automatic win. Kate goes through at 11:10 on that 11:25. Chelsea went 9:12 on her 9:09. Hunter Allen coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1090 dialed in. He went up against Molly Banger over there in the Budweiser Lane. 978 is going to be the dial in for Molly. All right. the win light there as he goes 1091 on his 1090 as Molly Banger breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. All right, attention in the pits, Junior dragsters. Let's start making our way back into the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds will be in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please.
My dad will be here soon. Oh. What is it? That doesn't, that doesn't, to say you love you forever.
Alright, so here we go back into pro motorcycle. We're going to have Larry Berger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1679 is going to be the dial-in. He's out of Jacksonville. Going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 895 will be his dial-in. He's out of Citra. Okay, we both drivers got clean green light stars. And at the stripe, it's going to be Dwayne Schmidt Jr. picking up the win light here as he goes 920 on an 895. As Larry Berger breaks out with a 1639 on his 1679 dial-in. Jason West coming up next. He's out of Ocala. 920 is going to be his dial-in. Here we're up against Dwayne Leachman over there in the Budweiser lane. 828 is going to be his dial-in. All right, we got a clean start for both drivers. One of them's good, one's late. And Dwayne Leachman's going to get the win light here as he goes 843 on that 828 dial-in. He was 005 on the tree. Jason West breaks out with a 913 on his 920. Scott Button coming up next. 888 is going to be the dial-in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Roy Johnson there in the Budweiser lane.
I can't see my
Manuela is going to come off for Roy Johnson as he goes through 1105 on his 11 flat dial-in. Scott went 889 on an 888. Byron coming up here for Vance Howdeshell. He's got 1192 dialed in. All right, so so it looks like getting ready to go over here to Sportsman. All right, so here we go into Sportsman. We got Paul Winters coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1165 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll run up against Jeff Barrier over there in the Budweiser lane. 1197 the dial in for the Dodge Challenger, just out of Gainesville. Red light start there for Jeff Barrier is going to give Paul Winters the automatic win. And Winters goes through with 1156 on his 1165 dial in. Jeff went 1225 on 1197. Dawson Bass coming up next. 1212 is the dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. They'll run up against Steve Strickland over there in the Budweiser lane. 1160 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. Okay, what's good, what's late? And the win line's going to come off for Steve Strickland. He was actually good on the tree. 1170 is when he went on 1160 dial in, he was 020 on the tree. Dawson goes out with a 1218 on his 1212 dial in. Monica Roberts coming up next, 1239 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. She's out of Ocala. And showing up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1183 dialed in. Okay, looks like Dennis having some issues with the Infinity. He's not coming up to speed. Monica needs to look back and see that he's not coming. And in the last minute, she pulls it up, goes dead on one with an 030 reaction time, so that's cutting it close. Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12 flat's going to be his dial in. He'll be going against Mitch Gunner over there in the Budweiser lane. 1337 is going to be his dial in. And red light start for Mitch Gunner is going to give Scott DeLeon the automatic win light. And Scott goes dead on 6. Good run there for him as Mitch legged it out to a 1335 on his 1337. Marcus Cruz coming up next. 1393 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's out of McClenny, Florida, and he's going to run up against Dan Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane. 1313 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. Salyers out of Reading, Florida. Okay, 25,000 difference at the starting line. And Dan Sager is going to get the win line here as he goes through with a 13.21 on that 13.13 dial in, as Marcus's car slowed to a 14.80 on his 13.90 dial in. All right, here we go. It looks like our finals for the 6 to 9-year-olds, as we got Shaw Daniel coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1198 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Hudson Matz over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1190 dialed in. Hudson's out of Gainesville. Daniel out of Lake Butler, Florida. Okay, we're off and running. One's good, one's a little late. And here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming on down there for Hudson Matz. He goes dead on 6. Picks up the win. Shaw Daniel goes out with a 1203 on his 1198 dial in. All right, so they're going to step it up here to the 10 to the 12-year-olds. Looks like this is going to be a semifinal matchups here, as we got Kylie Marley over there in the Lucas Oil lane. She's got a 9 flat dialed in. And we run up against Scarlett Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. 1003 is her dial in. 10 attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Need Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Pro Eliminator, each of the lanes 1 and 2. And red light start there by Kylie Mock. He's going to give Scarlett Hicks the automatic win. And Scarlett goes through with a 10:26 on her 10:03 dial in. That's going to bring up Briella Brown next. 9:02 is going to be her dial in. She'll be running up against Weston Daniel over there in the Budweiser lane. 8:98 is going to be his dial in. All right, once again, I need Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Need Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Start for both drivers. And the win line's going to come on down here for Briella Brown, and she goes through the 9:04 or 9:02 dial in. As Weston Daniel does have with his 9:02 or his 8:98. All right, that should bring us over to the big kids, the 13 and up. Okay, looks like we're down to the semifinals here in the 13 and older group. And we got Sierra Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 8:32 is going to be her dial in. Going against Tanner Mockney over there in the Budweiser lane. 8:03 will be his dial in. Yeah, red light start there for Sierra Haight. It's going to give Tanner Mockney the automatic win. And Tanner goes through with a 8:10 on his 8:03 dial in. And that'll bring up your next pair. We're going to have Hunter Dowling coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of track. 7:92 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Caden Holderway. He's got an 8:95 dial in. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, Pro Eliminator, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. quiet out there, guys and gals that's still in the race. Let me ask at you, and when we call you to the lanes, to make sure you get in the lanes as promptly as possible. Of course, the sun's gone down, the temperature is dropping quickly, as well as the track temperature is dropping quickly. So if we're wanting to try and get this in this evening, we need to make sure that y'all get in the lanes as promptly as you can. I've called Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, I need you in lane 7. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, let's come to lanes 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, let's come to lanes 3 and 4. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if we call you to the lanes, make sure you make your way to the lanes as promptly as possible. So when you get done with your runs, if you need to cool them and fuel them, you need to get it done quickly so we can try and keep things moving along. We're going to try and get this taken care of this evening. So keep it up. As soon as I hear me calling you in, start making your way to the lanes. All right, once again, looking for a Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, need you in lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes, you should be in lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, Pro Eliminator, y'all should be loaded up, ready to go. Super Pro Bikes, you're on deck. Super Pro Bikes, you're on deck. All right, here we go back in Pro Eliminator, and we've got Alden Rollins coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane 572 is going to be the dial in. Going against J.D. Anderson over here in the Budweiser lane 735 is going to be his dial in. Starting both lanes, looks like we got about 7,000 separates the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, the win line's going to come on down there for J.D. Anderson as he goes through with a 736 on his 735, as Alvin Sparks loaded to a 578 on his 572. D. Limpy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 660 dial in. Going up against Dan Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane. 843 the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick. Red line start there by D. Licht. He's going to get the automatic win here to Dan Salyers. Dan Salyers goes through with an 841 on his 843 dial in. All right, Tony Gambardella coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 627 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. Here we're up against Jason Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. 563 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Colin Nash, need you in the staging lanes, please. Colin Nash, need you in the staging lanes. Red light start by Jason Rollins, going to give Tony Gambardella the automatic win. Tony goes through with a 657 on his 627 dial in. Darren Smith's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 651 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Green Coast Springs. He'll go up against Jeff Grafton over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 754 dial in. All right, got 11th hour difference at the starting line. And the strike is going to be Jeff Grafton picking up the red line here as he goes dead on with a 3. And Stutz breaks out with a 647 on his 651. David Zinke coming up next. 692 is going to be the dial in for the 74 Duster. Going up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 618 is going to be the dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. Starts in both lanes. And Mike French is going to get the red line here as he goes 620 on a 618 dial in. As David breaks out with a 689 and a 692. Curtis Peak coming up next. 654 the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Quitman, Georgia. He'll be going up against Corky Alford over there in the Budweiser lane. 705 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Got a clean green light start, 15th hour difference at the starting line at the stripe. Curtis Peak's going to pick up the win line, 659 on his 654 dial in. As Corky goes out with a 710 on his 705. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 690 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. He'll go up against Leah Tadero over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 756 dial in. Super Pro, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Junior Street, make your way back into lane 8, please. Junior Street, make your way back to staging lane number 8, please. Sportsman, make your way into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, green light start for both racers. Here we go to the stripe. Your red light's going to come on down there for Scott to Leon on a double breakout. He'll pick up the win line. He only broke out by 1/1000th of a second. And it looks like Leah broke out by about 16 thousandths. All right, looks like we're going over to the motorcycles. This will be the Super Pro bikes. Colin Nash looks like he's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orlando, Florida. He went up against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane. Scott with a 546 dial in. He's out of Citra. All right, once again, looking for Junior Street, lane 8, Junior Street, lane 8. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, got a clean start for both riders. And the win light's coming on over there for Scott DeLong as he goes 547 on his 546 dial in. Good run there for him. Colin Nash breaks out with a 563 on his 565. Larry Berger coming up next. 1022 is the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Mike Moore over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 549 dial in. Okay, here we go. It's going to be Mike Moore picking up the win line here as he goes 550 on his 549. Larry Berger breaks out with a 1013 on his 1022 dial in. All right, Super Pro, y'all should be in lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds, come to lane number 2. Junior Dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. Sportsman, need you in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6.
I want to apologize. That last round of motorcycles was the 4th round. Just got back up here to the tower from racing, so we're going to be good for the rest of the night, getting all the correct information in for each of the rounds.
Okay, here we go. We got Bubba Hawthorne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 436 is going to be his dial in. Running is Mark Gordon over there in the Budweiser lane. Gordon with a 449 dial in.
Sorry about that.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need pro motorcycles to lane 7. Pro bikes, lane 7. Junior Street, need you lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. Junior Dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. Sportsman, need you lanes 5 and 6. All right, 36 now difference in the starting line, and the win line's going to come off of Bubba Hawthorne as he goes 449. He's 436 time, making a perfect reaction time. That's going to bring up Tierra Carter next. 513 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She'll go up against Robbie Little over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 499 dial in. lights coming on that. Goes on with a 504 on this 499 dial in. Good run there for him as Tierra breaks out with a 510 on the 513 dial in. Luke Hawthorne coming up next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 434 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Memphis, Florida. Going right up against Randy Banger over there in the Budweiser lane. 484 is going to be the dial in for him. Okay, win line's going to come on over there for Randy Banger as he goes 488 on that 484 dial in. And Luke Hawthorne goes out with a 439 on his 434. On the 8th now separate the two at the starting line. Keith Collins coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the S10 pickup truck. He's got a 549 dialed in. He'll be going out against Chuck Trotter over there in the Budweiser lane. 457 the dial in for the dragster out of McClenny. All right, once again, need my Junior Street entries into lane 8. I need Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds, lane 2. Junior Dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. Okay, 13,000 separating the two of the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Trotter getting the win line here, 462 on this 457 dial in as Collins breaks out by 6 thousandths. Danielle Mockney coming up next. 473 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Venice, Florida. Showing up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 571 is going to be the dial in for the Monza. He's out of Alachua. Once again, looking for Pro Bikes, lane 7, Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, need all them golf carts cleared out of the staging lanes, please. Let's get these golf carts out of the staging lanes. Red light start there for Danielle Mock. He's going to give Glenn Newman's the automatic win. Glenn goes through with 579 on his 571. All right, Big John Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 589 is going to be his dial in. Going against Ken Grant over there in the Budweiser lane. Red light start there for Ken Grant. He's going to give Rollins the automatic win. Rollins goes 587 on his 589 dial in as Grant goes through with a 463. All right, Scott Browning coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 498 dialed in. Going against Dave Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 5 flat to dial in for Hicks. Okay, win line's going to come on over there for Scott Browning as he goes 503 on that 498 dial in. Hicks goes out with the 505 on his 5 flat. All right, Chad Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 637 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Middleburg. Going up against Trent Horton over there in the Budweiser lane. 449 is going to be his dial in. Okay, win light come on for Chad Kennedy is Horton. Something going right, just back the car out of the way. All right, looks like we're getting ready to do our junior street final round. All right, here we go with our junior street final. We got Caden Holdaway coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1110 is going to be the dial in. Going against Hunter Dowling over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 1090 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light start for both racers. here, both drivers break out. He broke out by the least amount, so he'll move on. He is your winner here this evening in Junior Street. Congratulations, Kate.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, looks like they're giving the track a good looking at. The temperatures are starting to drop pretty dramatically. So we always have to make sure that the track's got enough of heat in there. As of right now, it's currently 50 degrees here in Gainesville with a humidity of 57% with a wind of 6 miles an hour. Of course, that temperature is going to keep on falling throughout the night. But look like it's only going to get down to 35 here. We'll start off the morning around 50 degrees probably when we start racing. So hopefully there's some heat in the track with the sun hitting it. And I think we're going to expect a high around 64 degrees. So tomorrow's going to be a pretty good day. I don't know about everybody's style lines. They're probably going to be a little wacky at first. A lot of people's going to have to do a lot of math before we hit first round tomorrow. Want to thank everyone watching us tonight. Don't forget about our podcast. They're usually on Thursdays. In case of a special occasion, we will move them around and have them at different times during a week, like this Monday.
All right, attention out in the fifth session, everybody. Once the event is concluded here this evening, 30 minutes after that, there'll be a practice tree race going on at the pavilion. That will start about 30 minutes after the event is over here this evening, so just keep that in mind.
So Monday, we're going to have Derek Putnam join us. We're going to talk about Sick Week. You know, a great drive and drag event through South Georgia, throughout the state of Florida. I want to say it's 845 miles that the drag and drive cars have to travel while they visit South Georgia, Orlando, Bradenton, Gainesville, and then back to South Georgia to finish up.
attention out there in the pits, ladies and gentlemen. All right, this is the plan. We're going to finish out what we've got in the lanes here, the bikes, Sportsman, and the junior dragsters for this evening, and that is going to take care of it tonight. The rest of you guys, the pro cars and super pro cars, it's starting to get a little dicey out there, so we're going to not run those cars out this evening. I have not heard what we're going to do as far as that goes, but I do know that after we run the bikes, Sportsman, and the junior dragsters, we will be done for the evening. So I find out a little bit more about what's going on with the rest of it, I'll let you know. But at this time, that is the plan.
Yeah, and that problem is due to the cold temperatures.
Here we go, Roy Johnson over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1102 is going to be his dial in going against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. He has an 828 dialed in.
Yeah, the cold temperatures coming in when the track gets below 50 degrees. Start losing a lot of grip out there, so it's a good thing they're going to let us finish these classes out for tonight during the 4th round and try to recap again tomorrow. So the bikes were actually in the semifinal round.
All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 895 is his dial in, going against Vance Haddishell over there in the Budweiser lane. 1191 is his dial in. Only 2,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes through the 897 on his 895 dial in. All right, here we go into Sportsman.
4th round is actually the quarterfinals. 5 cars are left.
All right, Paul Winters coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang, and he'll be running up against Dan Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane. Salyers with a 1311 dial in, Winters with a 1165 dial in. Red light start there by Paul Winters is going to give Dan Salyers the automatic win. And Salyers goes through with a 1312 on that 1311 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up Monica Roberts next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1236 is her dial in. She'll run up against Scott Leon over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 12 flat dial in on his 1980 Chevy Malibu. All right, 10,000 separates the two at the starting line. And the win line's going to come on down there for Scott DeLeon as he goes 1201 on that 12 flat dial in. Monica goes out with a 1246 on her 1236 dial in. Byron coming up here next for Steve Strickland. He's got 1160 dialed in. All right, so we got a couple of juniors to run finals, I think, for them. If you are still in the event at this stage of the game, looks like they are going to make concessions to pay you out for the evening so that this race is completed. So if you are still in the event in Pro, Super Pro, or Sportsman, whatever it may be, in the bikes, then you can come to the first floor of the tower. They'll figure it out. Give them a little time. They'll figure it out. They'll get everybody paid off for what's left who's left out there tonight, and we'll start brand new tomorrow. All right, here we go with our final round in the 10 to 12-year-olds, and we're going to have Briella Browning coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 902 is going to be her dial-in, and she'll be running up against Scarlett Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1026 dial-in.
Again, this is the fourth round, but actually also the final for 10 to 12-year-olds. If you're just joining us, this is going to be the last class that's going to be ran tonight due to the weather conditions. And we will start all back over for race number 2 on the season, starting in the morning. So come back and join us.
All right, I got a clean green line start. Here we go to the stripe, and your win line's coming off of Briella Browning. She goes 916 on the 902, picks up the win. Scarlett goes out with a 1077 on her 1026. And that will bring up our final round here in the junior dragsters, the 13 and older group. And this will also be the last race of the evening. All right, once this race is over, ladies and gentlemen, remember there's going to be a practice tree race that will be starting over in the pavilion 30 minutes after the event is concluded here. So, not long. All right, just a moment here. We'll be back underway. Just had a little computer glitch here. We'll be back underway in just a moment. Just got to do a little reboot. So once again, the practice tree race will be taking part over here in the pavilion. That's going to start here in roughly about 35 to 40 minutes. The practice tree race will get started. So, and it looks like we got the okay, so we're ready to get back underway here with looks like we're going to have Caden Holdaway over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 894 is going to be his dial in. And Tanner Bachny will be over here on the Budweiser side of the track. So he's got an 811 dialed in. Red line start over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track for Caden Holdaway is going to give the automatic win here to Tanner Bachny. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to conclude things here for us this evening. The practice tree race will be starting in about a half hour over at the pavilion. If you are still in the event, any of you racers that were still in the event, and you've probably got money coming, so Jody's going to pay y'all off here this evening. So y'all come down the first floor of the tower to get that taken care of. Other than that, we'll see y'all over at the practice street race here in about a half hour. And please be safe out there if you're going home or what you're doing this evening. Good night, everybody.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.